Shalom, Om Swastiastu,
Namo Buddhaya,
Salam Kebajikan.
and peace be upon us all. Good evening, greetings to all of us, and welcome to the public debate of PUCC 2027. My name is Daniel,
And my name is Nara, and we will be your
Master of Ceremony for the public debate.
First and foremost, let us offer praise and gratitude to Almighty God for His blessings and making this forum possible this afternoon.
We would like to extend our warmest welcome to
The respectable Chairperson and Vice Chairperson of PUSC 2026, Ms. Bilkis Aisha and Mr. Ahmad Fikri,
respectable President and Vice President of PUSB 2026, Ms. Fatin Pantrin, Ms. Ida Ayudiva, and Mr. Norezi Cardoso.
the respectable Project Manager and Vice Project Manager of PUCC 2027, Ms. Epifania Benedicta, and Mr. Raja Muhammad Habib.
The respectable panelists of PUGE 2027, Mr. Satria Hari Pratomo BCom, Ms. Putri Fatima Sunia, and Mr. Rehan Imam Saputra.
And the respectable candidates along with participants of public debate of PUCC 2027.
A warm welcome as well to everyone watching the public debate through the live streaming on the President's University Student Council YouTube channel.
We are truly honored to have you all here today. To begin our agenda, let us pray according to our respective religions and beliefs. Prayer begin.
Ethics. 1. Attendees must use the polite and respectful language at all times. The use of harsh, inappropriate, or offensive language during the public debate is strictly prohibited. 2. Attendees shall use Mr. and Miss to call other participants. 3. Attendees must respect the person who is speaking in front. 4. Interrupt the person who is speaking during the public debate. 5. Attendees must raise their hand before speaking and wait until the moderators allows them to speak.
6. Attendees are not allowed to do activities that are not related to the public debate. 7. Attendees are not allowed to make noise during the public debate. 8. Attendees are not allowed to sleep during the public debate. 9. Attendees are strictly prohibited from bringing or consuming cigarette, vape, drugs, or alcoholic beverages during the public debate. 10. Attendees are strictly prohibited from fighting or engaging in any forms of physical or verbal altercation. 11. Attendees shall follow the instructions of the committee during the public debate. We trust that all candidates and audience members will adhere to these codes of conduct throughout the debate. Thank you for your cooperation.
Ladies and gentlemen, we respectfully invite everyone to rise as we sing our national anthem, Indonesia Raya, followed by the President's University March.
Thank you, everyone. We kindly invite everyone to remain standing for our official documentation and the PUCC 2027 tagline session.
To the documentation team and event organizers, the stage is yours.
Could everyone move a little bit closer in the center? In the back. Audience here. This side. Can you please gather in the center?
First, we would like to invite the Vice Project Manager of PUCC 2027, Mr. Raja Muhammad Habibi, to deliver his opening remarks for today's public debate. Please welcome the Vice Project Manager of PUCC 2027, Mr. Raja Muhammad Habibi. Mr. Raja, thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan Rahayu. Good afternoon, everyone. Distinguished guests, respected panelists, candidates, and all participants of USB Public Debate Session of President University General Election 2027. First of all, praise and gratitude to God Almighty because today we are able to gather here in good health and great spirit for this important occasion. My name is Raja Muhammad Habibi and I serve as the Vice Project Manager of PUCC 2027. On behalf of the committee, I would like to warmly welcome all of you to the public debate session of the candidates of the President and Vice President of USB. We are especially honored to the Chairperson and Vice Chairperson of USC 2026 and President and Vice Presidents of USB 2026, as well as the respected our panelists. And thank you for the taking time to be here and contribute to this event. Through this debate, we hope all candidates can present their programs clearly, professionally, and respectfully, while inspiring students to actively contribute in the democratic process. We also hope that this event will encourage students to become more critical, open-minded, and engaged in shaping a better community at President University. Without further ado, welcome to the public debate of PUSB of PUGE 2027. May today's event can run smoothly and successfully. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Raja. Next, we would like to welcome the Vice President of President University Student Board 2026, Ms. Ida Ayu Diva, to deliver her remarks. To Ms. Diva, the stage is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Good afternoon, everyone. For respected Chairperson of PUSC, distinguished panelists, distinguished guests, President and Vice President candidates for PUSB 2027, for the Vice President of PUSB 2026. My name is Ida Yudifa. As a Vice President of PUSB 2020.
Every day, thousands of students walk through these halls. We plan, we execute, and we organize. But beneath the surface of busy schedules, we must ask ourselves, is our student board truly listening? Or have we settled for running in circles within our own bureaucracy?
We didn't step forward just to fill seats or hold the title. Having worked directly behind the scene of PUSB, we felt the fragmentation, the rigid barriers, and the distance between leadership and students. We believe PUSB can do so much better. So, it is time to revitalize the system from the inside out.
Hello, I'm Rizka Ramadan Evila, majoring Informatics Batch 2025 as candidate of President of PSB 2027.
Hello, my name is 𝐏𝐄𝐍𝐄𝐒𝐈𝐃𝐄𝐍𝐓. I'm majoring Informatics Batch 2025 as candidate Vice President of PUSB 2027.
Our vision is to transform PUSB into an inclusive, transparent, and progressive epicenter of leadership to achieve sustainable welfare and environmental responsible to Presiden University students.
To achieve this, we bring real commitment. R stands for reform the system from internal bureaucracy to serve faster and more systematic services.
A stands for efficiency and eco-impact because we believe every student activity not only build the professional portfolio building but also responsible to our environment.
We pursue amplifications, empowering student voices, research, and creative work to a wider audience.
We secure legitimacy through transparency. We believe that complete honesty in our operation is the only way to build the trust.
We introduce 𝐔𝐍𝐄𝐑𝐃 Gender Research Insight Center under Ministry of Self-Development and Ministry of Communication. Independent, intellectual hub that will showcase your research, academic insight, and creative publication. We will put your intellectual talents in the spotlight to build your professional branding.
Our carbon offset system is in collaboration with Lindungi Hutan. PUSB will measure environmental footprint of every event we run, neutralizing emission through direct real-world planting. And the students will also get certificate by planting trees with our program.
Our quarterly town halls every 4 months, we will stand right here in front of you to present our progress, listen your concern, and welcoming your question, feedback, and critics. Because as a representative body, we must always be transparent and accountable to the people it represents.
We also bring an excellent reward. We don't just stop making event, training, or workshop, but we also tracking your growth. For every student that joining in PUSB events and goes to win an external accomplishment related with the event with the period, we will directly give you the reward for your hard work.
For us, integrity is exactly doing what we say we will do. Let's step forward from the empty promises into real action. Rise in balance, lead with honor. Equalize.
Greetings, PresUnivers! I'm Yufis Kanomitunas, an International Relations student, batch 2025.
And I am Muhammad Azikra from Accounting batch 2025.
Today, we stand here as the candidates of President and Vice President of Presiden University Student Board 2027.
Leading the Maltese cabinet, we are committed to being more than just leader. We want to be a catalyst for your growth. Our vision to serve as reliable catalyst that actively empower student body to reach their fullest potential. we aim to cultivate an inclusive platform that acting as a safe space, connecting diverse voices to ignite dynamic collaboration. The most importantly, we want to turn that collaboration into real action that bring positive and meaningful impact to our campus.
To make that vision into a reality, we have 3 core missions. First, cultivate. We will empower the student board by creating a collaborative environment that sharpens their leadership and also teamwork. Second, engage. We will establish a reliable and open communication platforms to ensure a highly collaborative culture across all campus elements. Third, embrace. We will provide an inclusive space that prioritizes the emotional well-being, ensuring every student feels heard, valued, and comfortable. We believe in order to reach the fullest potential, every student must first feel safe and emotionally supported. So that's why we created Heaven, to be a space of comfort and empathy.
Through the Heaven board, we will provide a daily, anonymous portal for counseling with external experts alongside with the voice of PresUnivers and the PUSB movement to drive a real-world advocacy. On the other hand, we need an operational engine to cultivate our skill. Forge is designed to equip the student board with the resilience and growth mindset needed to drive a positive change.
Through skills workshop and training, we will provide professional sessions every 3 months to sharpen our life skill and organizational management.
We are not just offering programs, we are offering partnership for a better 2027.
Let's collaborate, empower, and grow together. Malvis Cabinet,
the power of empathy, strong in action. Malvis.
With both cabinets are now officially introduced, we're set to proceed to the public debate session.
Without further ado, I would like to invite our esteemed moderator to take the floor and guide us through the discussion this afternoon. To our moderator, Ms. Bilkis Aisha, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Al-Sarmani. Good afternoon, everyone, distinguished panelists, candidates, committee, and fellow participants. My name is Bilkis Aisha, and throughout the PUSB public debate, I will be served as the moderator. I will facilitate the discussion, ensure that all candidates are given equal opportunities to present their ideas, and maintain a fair, respectful, and constructive atmosphere for everyone present. Without further ado, let us begin by introducing our panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, we are honored to be joined by distinguished panelists who will contribute valuable insights and questions throughout today's debate session. Now allow me to introduce the first panelist. Our first panelist is a communication science graduate from President University, who has built a diverse portfolio of experience across strategic communication, public affairs, event management, and student leadership. Currently serving as a strategic communication advisor at Jakarta Provincial Board of Partai Perindo, he previously held the position of expert staff for digital communication and innovation at the party's Central Executive Board. His professional experience also includes contributing to Public Relations Indonesia Awards 2025 in the fields of public relations and event administration. Earlier in his career, he was actively involved in National Youth Engagement Initiative through his role as a community engagement intern supporting political education and stakeholder outreach programs. Beyond his professional journey, he served as president of the President University Student Board 2024, leading university-wide initiatives and representing the student body in various strategic engagement with internal and external stakeholders. His international exposure includes participation in the International Youth Potential Summit 2024, as well as receiving the Best Presenter Award at the first International Conference on Business, Economics, Accounting, and Technology in 2025. Please join me in welcoming our first panelist, Mr. Satria Hari Pratomo, BCom. Our second panelist is a final year information system student at President University who has developed strong expertise in data management, data analysis, and digital transformation through both academic and professional experience. She is currently serving as a data administration and system digitalization intern at PT Pertamina International Shipping, where she manages HSSC related databases, develops reporting dashboards, and contributes to the digitalization of contractor monitoring systems. Through this role, she has gained hands-on experience in data governance, performance monitoring, and system development to support organizational decision-making. In addition to her professional experience, she has been actively involved in various projects related to data analytics and compliance monitoring, including the development of HSSC regulatory dashboard, and CSMS enhancement initiatives. These projects have strengthened her capabilities in transforming data into actionable insights and supporting operational improvement through technology-driven solutions. Beyond academic and professional pursuits, she has demonstrated strong leadership and organizational involvement by serving as the president of President University Student Board 2025. Please join me in welcoming our second panelist, Ms. Putri Fatima Sonia. Our third panelist is a final year electrical engineering student specializing in control system at President University, who has demonstrated remarkable achievement in project leadership, organizational management, and industry collaboration throughout his academic and professional journey. He currently serves as an indirect sourcing intern at L'Oreal Indonesia, contributing to supplier management and operational improvement initiatives. Prior to this role, he completed an internship at Sinan Mas Agro Resources and Technology, where he supported transportation improvement projects and workforce development programs. Beyond his professional experience, he has held numerous leadership positions within the university community. His contribution includes serving as Vice President of President University Student Board 2025. His commitment to leadership and community engagement extends to various national and international events, including serving on the corporate partnership team for the Students Act CEO International Summit 2025, contributing to sponsorship relations for Musikal Mirah by Teater Keliling Indonesia, and supporting President Youth Leadership Camp 2024 as an event organizer. Please join me in welcoming our third panelist, Mr. Raihan Imam Saputra. We will now proceed to the opening statement by each candidate. Now, let us welcome the first candidate, Akuri's Cabinet.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, and good afternoon. The respectable Chairperson and Vice Chairperson PUCC, the respectable Vice President 1, Vice President 2 of PSB, respectable distinguished panelists, respectable Committee of PUCC 2027, respectable Sergeant and our incredible campaign team, and the respectable fellow candidate from our cabinet. First of all, I would say thank you for PUCC because organizing this event and also accompany and guide us from the start until today. So today, we're not only to see the debate, we're not only to do the debate, but we here to define the future of organization, the future of the student body. That's why we bring Equalize Cabinet. We want to rising equality, equality in every part of the organization, equality in environment, equality for students, and equality for work together in the university student board. And equality can break in the second group. So we need to do real commitment and real action. I'm Rizka Ramadan Alfa as candidate of President of PSB 2027.
And I'm 𝐏𝐿𝐃𝐄𝐒𝐈𝐕𝐄𝐑𝐄𝐋 as the candidate of Vice President of PSB 2027. We Equalize Cabinet, rise in balance, lead with honest. Thank you.
Thank you, Equalize Cabinet. Now we will move forward to the second candidate, which is the Malvis candidate. To Malvis candidate, you may come to the front.
Good evening, everyone. To the distinguished panelists, to the chairperson and vice chairperson of PUCC, to the vice president 1 and 2 of PUCC, to the executive from both PUCC and PUSB, to the members of PUCC and PUSB, and to our incredible campaign teams, also to the fellow President University students. My name is Yudris Kanamitunas, and I'm here as the second candidate of President University Student Board 2027, alongside with my partner.
And I am Muhammad Azikra as the candidate for Vice President of PSB 2027 under the Malvis Cabinet. It is our absolute honor to stand here today.
Every great journey begins with a clear direction. Our vision for PSB 2027 is to serve as a catalyst that empower every student. We are here to cultivate an inclusive platform for all students, for them to ignite poise and create a dynamic collaboration and turning those collaboration into real action with a lasting and impactful impact.
To bring our vision into reality, we have three core missions. It is cultivate, engage, and embrace. First is cultivate. We will strengthen our internal skill so PUSB can more be better and also can serve students more effectively. And the second is engage. We will build open communication and more collaboration with all of the club and communities and also all of the student organization in our own university. And for the last is embrace. We will create an inclusive platform that acting as a safe space for every student, make sure every student feels valued and heard.
As we embark on this UG 2027, we hope that today will run smoothly and everything will go very well. Malvis Cabinet, the power of empathy, strong leadership. Malvis.
Thank you, Malvis Cabinet. You may have a seat. All right, before we proceed to the main agenda, I would like to read Article 17 regarding the Code of Ethics for candidates during the public debate. Candidates must follow the following Code of Ethics. Number 1, candidates are not allowed to use any communication devices at all times during the public debate, including break time, except for urgent matters. Number 2, candidates must use polite and respectful language at all times. The use of harsh, inappropriate, or offensive language during the public debate is strictly prohibited. 3, candidates shall not use insulting, discriminatory, or provocative statements. 4, candidates shall not receive answers, cues, or assistance from any party during the debate session. 5, candidates shall use Mr. and Ms. to call other participants. 6, candidates are not allowed to do activities that are not related to the public debate. 7, candidates are strictly prohibited from bringing or consuming cigarettes, vapes, drugs, or alcoholic beverages during the public debate.
8. Candidates are strictly prohibited from fighting or engaging in any form of physical or verbal altercation. 9. Candidates shall not leave the debate venue without permission from the committee. 10. Candidates shall remain in the waiting room during break time, except when leaving to use restroom or attend prayer. 11. Candidates shall not communicate with anyone, including campaign teams, attendees, panelists, moderator, MC, and committees, except for designated person in charge from law enforcement throughout the public debate. Thank you. We kindly ask all candidates to comply with these provisions throughout the public debate. We will now move forward to the first debate session, that is the motion debate. Okay, I will read the rules. In this session, candidates will respond to 4 series of motions prepared by the organizing committee. For each motion, one cabinet will give the initial answer. The opposing candidate will then respond. The first cabinet will be given opportunity to do rebuttal. At the end of each motion, I will provide a brief summary before moving to the next motion. And I would like to ask all of you, when you are answering or giving response, please stand up. All right. Each speaking turn is limited to 2 minutes, and all candidates are expected to respect the allotted time and maintain professionalism throughout the discussion. With that, let us begin the first motion. To the team, please help me to spin the wheel. The first motion is for 𝐏𝐒𝐈𝐕𝐄𝐑𝐄𝐍𝐓 cabinet. Motion number 4. Each motion will have a description and also have a question, so please listen carefully because I will not repeat the description, neither the question. All right? Motion number 4. Each cabinet has the opportunity to introduce new ideas, initiatives, and work programs throughout its term. However, the success of an executive body is not only measured by what it accomplishes within 1 year, but also by the lasting values it creates for students at the university. Therefore, creating sustainable impact requires leaders to think beyond short-term achievements and consider how their initiatives can remain relevant and beneficial in the years to come. The question is, as a prospective cabinet, what would be the defining legacy of your work programs? And what concrete steps would you take to ensure that its impact remains relevant and sustainable beyond your term? Now it's time for 𝐏𝐒𝐈𝐕𝐄𝐑𝐄𝐍𝐓 cabinet to give the answer. You have 2 minutes. 2 minutes begins when you start to speak. You may start.
Okay, thank you for the question. I will answer about the program that will make a legacy or maybe that can be a sustainable. We have a 4 program that will be sustainable for the university or for the organization. That we call it carbon offset because carbon offset will help President University to achieve the 2050 zero of emission based on their annual report of 2024. And also, we have to reform the internal system, like we will change the work culture, so it will make a legacy to the next career. And
All right, you still have 1 minute. Do you want to add more, or maybe your vice president wants to add? If it's enough, then I will give the time for Malthus cabinet. All right, thank you. You may have a seat. Now we will
The Malthus cabinet will give response to the Aquarius cabinet. You may start. Okay, thank you. First work plan that will be lasting actually for the impact is the one that has the integrity, the one that serves the student very well. From your work plan, we can see it's about the carbon offset, which is an environmental thing. We can see how can you actually maintain every student to do that, and how can you actually measure the impact? Because somehow it would be very hard for every student to actually maintain to do that. And the best legacy for us from our cabinet is integrity, and we would like to revamp and make a real action to embrace the students, so that it will have a lasting impact, the one that will be remembered by all the students in our long-term career. And then,
if we talk about the program that have impact and sustainability, and your cabinet mentioned about carbon offset. As we know that in our university is very many community that handle these things, such as as we know in environmental engineering, there are so many programs that handle this. And if your cabinet want to do these things, what is the concrete step that you do? Thank you.
For the carbon offset itself, I haven't told you to start, so please, okay, please restart on time. All right, for the Aquarius cabinet, now you can do what you told to the Malthus cabinet. You may start. For the carbon offset itself, what we will do to make sure that it will really works for to make them planting the trees with us and do the retribution for the carbon offset. It's as you mentioned that it actually had lived in the community in President University. It's our we can do the work together with the CMC CMC or the community in President University to collaboration with us to reach the goal, because as we know in the President University they have the carbon offsets more than 200 million of carbon offset we have to reduce. So we bring this as for the sustainable lasting for the President University, because we also have collaboration with external parties that they can measure the benefit and the impact of the carbon offset that we will bring for the student of President University.
So we bring a reform system so that it can be a legacy from the next period, because we will make a change in the work culture, also to make the change in the like the system for the transparency or etc.
All right, thank you, Aquarius cabinet. Now I will give a brief summary regarding the first motion. The motion is about defining legacy for each cabinet. So for Aquarius cabinet, they say that carbon offset will be their kind of legacy because it also supports the golden year of Indonesia in 2030. And also they want to change the working culture of the PUSB itself, and it will be the kind of legacy for the next period. And then after that, the Malthus cabinet give another response by carbon offset is not enough, because the thing that is more important is about the integrity that will be remembered after the cabinet has finished. And then they also asking about how about the environmental engineering that already do that. And so the Aquarius cabinet then answer again with what will make the students and President University will do it is by working together or collaborate with the other clubs and communities
that will work on the carbon offset program. All right, we will move forward to the next motion. To the team, please help me to spin the wheel. This motion is for Alpha's cabinet. So motion number 3, please hear carefully. The description is, in a student executive body, its firm has various plans, programs, and priorities. However, throughout the year, unexpected challenges, new opportunities, and changing circumstances may affect what can realistically be achieved. As a result, the leader may need to reassess the priorities and make difficult decisions regarding the implementation of the work plan. The question is, as the prospective cabinet, what strategy would you use to ensure that your work programs are implemented effectively throughout the term? And what criteria would you use when deciding whether a program should be continued, modified, or postponed? You may start whenever you're ready. You have 2 minutes after you start speaking.
Thank you for the motion. From us, Office Cabinet, regarding that, our first priority is we solve what is the student needs first. We look that emotional well-being is sometimes being lacked in our campus. And we think we have to create a work plan that will help students in order to get their emotional well-being. Basically, every student have their own CNCs, organization, or even their academic. But sometimes they start to academic burnout, they start to organizational burnout, something like that. So that's why we aim to create a program that will embrace every student to be a safe space for them. And if there's something that happened in the future that will perhaps should be continued or postponed or something like that, we'll first solve and talk together with our executive board. We will actually pinpoint and see the issue and talk together so that later our decision as the presidential will not only in one side, but we can see others or many members' perspective regarding it, so that later we can decide it. But if it's at the end, the president itself have to decide, then I will talk about it with the vice president, and then.
Okay, like my partner said that we from Office Cabinet, before we create a system, we of course we see from the student needs, and then after we set priorities like what kind of program that we need to do, we always implement evaluate. So we evaluate that this program going effectively or not, and then we will always discuss about the result. Thank you.
Thank you, Melvin's cabinet. Now I will let the Aquarius cabinet to give response. 2 minutes starting whenever you talk.
Okay, for the Aquarius cabinet, as you mentioned that you, as the first priority you will do for your work plan is you hear for their needed, and then you will action from what the student actually need. But we in the Aquarius bringing the quarterly town halls that we will do the introduction of the PSB itself for the, as we know that we will have the new students to come to President University, that we in the quarterly town halls is like a forum for us to introduce the PSB itself and knowing them to our work plan and vision mission, and do the in the quarterly town halls also have the discussions to can not to say to the CNC for our timeline, and how you can hear for the student needed, what platform that you use for it, because we bring the form for the student to can come and it's open for public. And then
And also in quarterly town halls, we often critics of and student can critique us. So we really hear what student concern. So what you do to hear the students or something on? Thank you.
Thank you, Aquarius Cabinet. Now I will let the Melvis Cabinet to give your response to the Aquarius Cabinet. You may start.
Thank you. In the Aquarius Cabinet, you said that there is a quarterly town halls. You say that you will introduce PUSB there. Why would you pre-introduce PUSB again when there are already so many events that we have? We also handle so many CMCs. So actually, we can look and see that it is naturally engaged with the student, our student board. So, and for the which data is basically from the related class in our own campus. In our own events, sometimes there are students that become our committee, started to have a like interest, or they actually gone and no information, and that became our concern when we handle the event. So that's why we do a meditation with them and see how student needs regarding emotional well-being is very important. So that's why, how can we make sure the student needs is also completed is?
Okay, originally in Maltese cabinet, when we created a program, we not using a form and we share to other student like please you input your aspiration is form and something like that. But we do realistic analyze. Yeah, like now, like my partner said, Naomi, in our event sometimes the committee itself have aspiration regarding the problem. So from that, we analyze what kind of program that we need to create. That's all.
Thank you, Melvis Cabinet. Now I will give a brief summary regarding your debate. So the motion number 3 is about how to implement your work program effectively. So from the Melvis Cabinet, they answered that the student needs is what the most important one. And then they want to make the work plan that helps students for their emotional well-being. And then when they decide whether a program needs to be continued, modified, or postponed, they will discuss it with the executive board and listen to other members' perspective. Furthermore, from the Aquarius Cabinet, they respond with asking what kind of program that Melvis Cabinet will have to support their initiative. And because the Aquarius Cabinet already have the program, that is the quarterly town hall, as a program to facilitate discussion with the students. And after that, lastly, the Melvis Cabinet answered again with emphasizing the importance of the student emotional well-being based on the realistic analysis that they already did. Okay, we're gonna move on to the third motion. To the team, can you please help me? This motion is for the Aquarius Cabinet, motion number 2. Listen carefully. Further description. President University consists of various student organizations, including PUSC, PUFA, PUMA, and club and communities or CMC, each with distinct roles and responsibilities. As the executive body, PUSB is expected to maintain strong relationships with these organizations to foster collaboration, support student initiatives, and strengthen the student experience. However, differences in priorities, communication, and organizational objectives can sometimes create challenges in achieving effective cooperation. And the question is, as a prospective cabinet,
How would you build and maintain strong relationship with PUSC, PUFA, PUMA, and CNC? How would these relationships contribute to the effectiveness of your cabinet and the achievement of your organizational goals? Organizational goals. All right. You have 2 minutes when you start talking. I'm giving you 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2.
Okay. How to maintain the relationship with PSB, PSC, and other organization. We don't want to make a forum like a formal forum because PSC already has that, but we will make a forum outside like to bonding from other organization with PSB, so they can know PSB, like they can know the member of PSB. So the relationship between PSB and others organization will help.
And also because how we will do for the World Strong for the other organizations itself is as we know that we already have the events collaboration with the PUSC along the PUSB training 2025, and also for the CNC itself, where they have a national event to camp bonding together. For the PUMA PUFA, I think we actually in our form of quarterly town halls, actually they stand for individuals, but in that many student can attend for the forum and can ask for our timeline, so it will make not a lack of timeline for the places and also the committees recruitment, and we can also collaborate with our program and including them to our events. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Inquiries Cabinet. Now we will move on to the Malvis Cabinet to give response to the Inquiries Cabinet answer. You may start.
Okay, we are from Malvis Cabinet, believe to create a good relation within other organizations such as PUSC, PUMA, and PUFA need a good strategy. If we just create bonding and like seminar and something like that, we think it not effective because sometimes the participant itself not fully interesting with that event. But we from Malvis Cabinet implement that we call as FORGE, fostering opportunity, resilient growth ecosystem. So in there, all of the student organization like PUSC, PUFA, and PUMA can get more benefit from that event. So it will create a good relationship that we just create like seminar or something like that.
In addition to Mr. Zikra's answer, you said that there will be bonding outside forum, kind of forum. Would you actually maintain that it will be effective? Because we as young people, sometimes we start to neglect our own institutional professionalism when we start to talk with friends outside of the official forum. Isn't that will be a moment where the professional institutional things start to be linked between one another when you start bonding in a kind of friendly way? And additional to that, for us, how to maintain strong relation is basically we will start to create a collaboration through brainstorming collaboration. We'll not create a forum since it's PUSC, one of the PUSC's legislation, and be a policy executor or some media partner with PUMA PUFA PUSC, so that our relation is strong as institutional. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Malvis Cabinet. Now, I will let the Inquiries Cabinet to give last rebuttal. You may start.
Thank you for the response, Malvis Cabinet. About that, of course, we put boundaries between our organization with the other organization. And in that bonding comes from our research, some of organizations like PUCC feels the rigid barriers of between one organization with the other organization. They say they cannot like communication effectively, or they feel like have any barriers between the organization one and the another.
We still have 1 minute and 15 seconds. Do you want to add more?
And also, as we know, the bureaucracy of our organization itself is PUCC. We can't make a very formal form because the PUCC itself in the PUSC. We can do the stronger collaborations and healthy collaboration with the CNC, but we as for they suggestions for us is to communicate it in maybe we can make a communication in the social media platform to communicate it.
Time's up. We have a seat. All right, for the motion number 3 is regarding the build and maintain strong relationship with other student organizations. From the 𝐏𝐑𝐄𝐒𝐈𝐕𝐄𝐑𝐄𝐋 cabinet, they mention about the quarterly town halls once again, and then it will be the medium for them to have collaboration, even though the participants will attend to the forum individually, but it still can be the medium for collaboration. And then they also mentioned regarding the PUSB training, and also mentioning about bondings with the other student organizations. Moving on to the Malthus candidate, they said that first, they will build a relationship with good strategy, that is forge ecosystem, because they think that the seminar or training is not enough for making those kind of bonding. And then they asking about how the formal institution effectiveness when they are creating such informal bonding. And they also added that they will make the collaboration by doing media partner with the PUSC, PUFA, PUMA, and CNT. Lastly, Quora's cabinet answer with why they want to make such work programs is because of the PUFA, PUMA feels the rigid barriers with the PUSB. Then after that, they will create stronger collaboration with the CNC and also make communication in the social media of the PUSB. Now we will move on to the last motion. That is the fourth motion for the team. Please help me to spin the wheel. Oh, sorry. The motion number 1. All right. The last motion is for Malthus cabinet. Okay. The cabinet consists of members with different personalities, working styles, levels of commitment, and expectations. While diversity can strengthen an organization, it may also create challenges in communication, coordination, decision-making, and program execution. The effectiveness of PUSB depends not only on the capabilities of its members, but also on the ability of its leaders to foster collaboration, accountability, and a shared commitment toward achieving organizational goals. So the question is, as prospective leaders of PUSB, what leadership strategies would you implement to maintain a productive, accountable, and high-performing cabinet while ensuring that all members remain aligned with the vision, goals, and responsibilities throughout the term. You have 2 minutes, starting when you start your speech.
Thank you for the motion. As leadership perspective regarding that matters, the first thing that we will do and what the value that we have is basically the integrity one. We want to do what we say. We will align what our programs with our principle itself. And when the diversity happens, basically we know that diversity is very good. We can learn so much from diversity. We can hear so many voices from that. And how can we manage that? Is basically we will have a meeting, like we have plenary meeting. We have a meeting that will become a place for them to actually express their voices regarding what matters. And we will not judge them. We will actually hear them first and validate their feelings, such what we have in heaven. Because through heaven and also become our mission to embrace, engage, and also to cultivate. We want not only students that feel supported, valued, and heard, but also our student board members also feel the same, like what we serve to the student body. And that's why we also create Forge. Forge is a workshop, interactive workshop, not just a seminar that sometimes became boring for students. And from that, we can basically learn and talk together between student board and hear their voices through that.
As a leader, as from the leadership perspective, also we will guide, support all of the member, and then we will use the diversity to be empowered, to collaborate, and to improve more better. We will not use diversity to be an issue, and we will make sure all of the member feel valued and heard. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, members cabinet. Now we will move on to the Empire's cabinet to give response. Your time starts now.
As the how can we heard from the different input for the others member of the USB itself? If we make in our mission is reform the system in the bureaucracy, so we can hear from the member, but the decisions will be in the presidential or the executive body. And also the transparency in the, as the Baptist has mentioned, that we have plenary meeting in every month. In that we will give them the decisions and also the solutions for that for their input. So it becomes the transparent for all the affairs members, so they can know that they be heard from as the presidential and the executive. And then
how can you evaluate the PSB member from then on and also how can how and also what you do the like turn or something and put
All right, thank you, Empire's cabinet. Now the Melvis cabinet will give the last review. Please start.
Thank you. Basically, how can we make sure that every voice is heard? Before, she said that Empire's cabinet stated that presidential and then executive and also member will talk and also talking about the transparent. From us, office cabinet, we see that there are boundaries between presidential, executive board, and also the members. Yes, we can transparent regarding solution of a problem. So there are problems, we talk about it together, but for each mandate of the each presidential, executive board, ministry, divisional members, we have to be strict with it because there are things that we cannot say or state it because of the regulation itself. And also, how can we collaborate basically?
Okay, you mentioned about transparency. We from Alphys Cabinet know what kind of things that we must to be transparent to all of our members and what the things that we need to keep because it is confidential. And then we are from the Maltese Cabinet. We will to try implement our Pancasila fundamental in number 4. We will solve all of the problem together, and we will gather all of the member when we want to solve the problem.
And you also stated that how can we collaborate when there are problems? We will believe in our executive board. We have executive board that thrive alongside us. We will believe them in order to talk with their members because they are the leader of each divisional. So that's why we collaborate through everything of mandate and create the solutions together. Thank you.
Thank you, Melvin's cabinet. Now I will give the brief summary for the motion number 4, that is the leadership strategies among diversity. So for the Melvin's cabinet, they mentioned that they will take action on what they say. So do what they say. And then they also mentioned about the plenary meeting that will be a media for them, for the members to voice their concerns, and the presidential will listen about it. And then they also mentioned about their missions and having the Forge as the interactive workshop. And they also mentioned that it is important to make the member feel valued and heard. And then from the Aquarius cabinet, they give response to the Melvis cabinet that they will hear the voice of the member, while the decision will be in the hands of the presidential. And transparency is also important for all members. So then they asked, what about the transparency that the Melvis cabinet will do? And then the Melvis cabinet answered with, there are things that should be kept in the presidential or executives, but there are also the things that can be presented transparently to the members. So the Melvis cabinets once again emphasize their mission and also work programs that based on the concern of boundaries from presidential, executives, and also members. And they also emphasize again that they will believe in their executive board as they are the one who always strive beside them. Okay, thank you so much for both cabinets for the motion session. Now it is already at the end of the first debate session. With that, we will continue to the next session, which is the People's Forum. Alright, in this session, questions will come from 2 sources. Questions submitted by students through Google Form, and also the questions raised directly by audience members. Both will be 2 questions from the Google Form and 2 questions from the attendees. So without further ado, let us just start the People's Forum. All right, the first question will be answered by Aquarius cabinet, and then the Melvis cabinet will then continue to answer. Okay. First question from the Google Form. Given the large number of work programs from the previous administration, some of which overlapped or had little tangible impact, what will be your flagship program that truly addresses the current needs of students rather than merely serving as a supplement to your vision and mission? I will read the question once again. Given the large number of work programs from the previous administration, some of which overlapped or had little tangible impact, what will be your flagship program that truly addresses the current needs of students, rather than merely serving as a supplement to your vision and mission? Right, the Aquarius Cabinet will have the first one to answer. You may start.
Okay, what we will address to the previous event or the previous work plan is we have an excellent framework to support the event from PSB, and it's make the student will more interest in the event from PSB because we have a reward after event, and we have a tracking, so the event not only to achieve the KPI, but the event literally have the outcome and have the impact for the student. And also it's related with our mission is efficiency and people impact. We efficient the event, so the event is really have an impact for the student, and yeah, the student can feel the impact from the event, and also they interest with the event, so the event from PSB can still be running. Thank you.
Still have 45 seconds. Do you want to add more? Okay, now the Melvis Cabinet will answer to the questions.
All right, thank you. From our plan, the program that we will use to actually face that matters is the Habit Board. We have Habit Board, which is a platform in our web that we will use our web because we think our web would be a very possible platform for all students to also engage with it. And if there are overlapping with program of the previous administration, we also have events. We know that our President University well known as the 101 events. So there will be so many overlapping administration or even events with other organizations. So that's why we will have a platform that will be a place for them to state their concern, and also to be a safe space that we will be execute the policy will execute what they already maintain. And through our event, we also have lots of event, which is the student centralized event, very well known also as the big events that under President University. So from that, we can also engage with the student more, embrace with one another through committees, relation with one another, and also.
Okay, based on our vision, mission, and also our work plan, we will heard about all of the student aspirations, such as the overlapping in administration, and from there, we will not only heard about their aspiration, but we do real action such as PUS movement and the voice of PresUnivers. That's all, and thank you.
Before we proceed to the next question, I will give you the time to drink first. Okay, we will move forward to the second question from the Google form. Right? Listen carefully. The question is, Many students face high academic pressure while also preparing for the workforce. How will PUSB design programs that are not merely formal events, but truly provide added value that directly impacts students' academic skills or career readiness? The question will be answered first by the Malvis Cabinet. You may start.
Thank you for the question. A question from Google Forms. We can know it's a people's form, which is every student actually put their question on that. And we can see how that truly became the need of students. There are a lot of academic burnout, there are a lot of organization burnout, so that's why we create Heaven Board. Basically, people will tend to think like, oh, inspiration. There are PUSB that also talking about inspiration. Be the one that like say the inspiration. But for us, Heaven Board is a place that will be collaborate with mental health experts, and we cannot see it as the only psychological psychology, but also with peer counselor. So that's why we create Heaven Board in a web of PUSB. It's like a place for them to sharing their stories, like story of the day or what happened to them in that day, about their needs, and also it will be very anonymous platform, so that the 100% anonymous will also maintain the secret and also be more objective for the students. So that's why we can actually gain and maintain all the student needs regarding academic burnout and etc. will be more effectively through this Heaven Board. And then
Yeah, many people in our campus have academic pressure. And of course, as a student board, it will be the one of our concerns. So that's why we have force. In force, all of students can improve their skill and also get more benefit for all for them. And in force, we will improve their skill and always support that something they have. Thank you.
Malvis Cabinet. Now, the Aquarius Cabinet can answer the question. You may start now.
For us as the Aquarius, we bring the Greek for the student to as the platform for the impact the student within the event formal. For the Greek itself is gender research insight center that we can support the student to can for their academic needs, and also we do the preventive for our PUSB needed to the timeline, making the timeline so we make sure not burn out for the students, and
also in the Gender Research Insight Center, we have a function is advocation. Advocation itself likely is supporting or like support the victim. So from that we can support the student, and also we hear what student feel, so we can help to solve their problem. And also we stand with their issue, like the sexual issue or discrimination issue. So the bridge not only solve one problem, but can solve the other problem too. And also bridge provide online library, so we can help to improve their study academically. And also in our cabinet, we will make a change in work culture, so PUSB members cannot feel burned out when they do the task or something, because we mentioned the workload is really equal.
Thank you, Aquarius Cabinet. Now we will move forward to the People's Forum from the attendees. Before I'm giving the floor to the attendees, I will need all of the candidates to make sure that you will answer it genuinely, because everything that
Everything that comes out in this public debate will be the kind of responsibility that you hold on to, and you are very much accountable to the students. Okay, so for the team, please help me to choose one of the attendees. To the attendees, you may raise your hand.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Zulfar Watala, and I would now be asking both candidates towards the issue regarding representation between local and international students. Now, international and local students often have different needs, expectations, and concerns. So, if elected as chairperson/vice chairperson of PUSB 2027, what specific policies or initiatives would you implement to ensure both groups are equally represented and supported? And how would you handle situations where their interests conflict while ensuring fairness and maintaining unity within the student board? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Salvaro. Next, for the inquiries cabinet, you can answer first.
What we do for the local and the international, as we know, as the POS, we also have the vice president to from the international, coming from the international student. It's will help us to turn that what they need, and we actually have small survey for the international students coming from our environmental that they actually have really strong interested to joining in our in PUSB itself, PUSB event itself. But the lack of the information we have is they feel that the information is too much and they somehow didn't understand about the broadcast we share and also the content that actually for the Indonesian culture. So they give us a lot of suggestions to make a community in the social media to can share the PUSB info, and also we bring the quarterly town halls that there will be rules and regulation and boundaries for us to give the firm will run in the English, full of English, because the PUSB is as an executive body and formal organizations.
And also in quarterly town halls, the international student can give us the critics or maybe some suggestions or maybe what they need. Because like from the question is how if they need is different with what we serve, so they can give us critics, and also they can say what they need in the quarterly town halls. Thank you.
Thank you, Aquarius Cabinet. Now we will move on to the Melvis Cabinet to answer the question from the attendees. You may start.
Okay, thank you for the question. In Malvis Cabinet, we will always open to all of students in this campus, not only local students but international students. Because that in Heaven Board, all of students can access the Heaven Board, not only use English, but we provide like Thailand language and also Arabic language and other country language. So that's why people from student international will more easily to give their aspiration. And then we not only do the things, we gather all of the students in this university. Like if our student international have good skill in, for example, table tennis, we will provide the international student it's to going to table tennis club. So we will provide all that they need additionally.
And also regarding the matters, there will be also a conflict, like what Mr. Zalfar already stated, between local and also international students. And how can we actually see it is that we'll try to adapt to their culture, because the moment where every student feels heard and supported is the way we try to embrace them. We try to support them through every phase of their doing in their university, and create a more inclusive platforms. Basically, for our events, we have lots of events that also can be attended by the international student. So not only local people that will be part of our events, but also the international student. We will be very open with that. We'll be very flexible with that, and we will try to embrace each of students so they can feel valued, heard, and supported. Thank you.
Thank you, Melvis Cabinets. Now, we will move on to the next question from the attendees. So for the team, please help me to choose one attendee.
Thank you for the opportunity. First, let me introduce myself. My name is 𝐏𝐶𝐍𝐈𝐕𝐄𝐑𝐄𝐍𝐓 from President University Student Council 2026. Here, please answer it clearly, shortly, with no further explanation. Both of you candidates are mentioning about the engagement with CNC. And as the organization that is accountable to CNC, in your opinion, which side do you think needs the other more? PUSB needs CNC or CNC needs PUSB? How would you measure whether your relationship with CNC has actually improved by the end of your term? And can you make sure that this will not end in your period, but continuously to the next period? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Salwan. Now the Melvis Cabinet will answer first to the questions raised by Ms. Salwa. So to Melvis Cabinet, you may answer the question.
Thank you very much, Ms. Salwa, for the question. Regarding the matter, whether PUSB needs CNCs or CNC needs PUSB, us as Maltese Cabinet would say we do both. PUSB needs CNCs because we cannot actually embrace the student very bravely, very wisely if we didn't have CNCs that became a place for them to reach their fullest potential, to actually for them to learn more things and not only academic things in the campus. And also, why CNCs need PUSB? We have PCA, we have communication forum. That became the place where every CNC can share their thoughts, can share their concerns about what matters that happen in the CNC, and that became the accountability for us also. We can see from that, from the communication forum, we see how CNC can actually create their safe space for all the members of each CNC, and we can give them solution, evaluation to help them increase their institutional matters. So we stand for PUSB needs CNCs and CNCs need PUSB. And additionally,
okay, as the student board, we will gather all of the CNC. And then okay, we as a student board not only supervise the CNC, but we as the facilitator, we will empower, we will support all of the CNC needed. So as a student board, we will more support, and then we will always guide them. Thank you.
Thank you, Melvis Cabinet. Now, FRI's Cabinet will answer the question raised by Ms. Salwa. You may start.
Okay, for us, FRI's Cabinet, we not CNC need PSB or maybe PSB need CNC, but we are collaborative because we need each other. And how can make the relationship between PSB and CNC being healthy or be a good relationship is we put a timeline for the they make the revision and also to share the accountability report, and also we as PUSB itself also because in PUSB we have MOSA or supervised CNC. So from PSB itself, we can accompany the CNC to run the event, and also we can help them to finish their administration. And also, how can we make sure in the end of period, the relationship between PSB and CNC is going well, because we have a quarterly town halls in this forum. CNC can make a critique if PSB have maybe have a problem with the CNC, or maybe the CNC needs something from PSB.
And also because the CNC and PSB is need for both, because we as the PSB have our event, but CNC also have the event, and it's become a place for students to if they need something to focus on, like the example in the CNC itself have the sport, art, and also the social, that they can choose what they actually need for the skill they have. Thank you.
Thank you. Since we have approximately 20 minutes, I will add one more question from the attendees. So to the attendees who want to ask questions to the cabinets, you may raise your hand.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is 𝐏𝐑𝐄𝐒𝐈𝐕𝐄𝐑𝐄, and I would like to ask a question for both candidates. So throughout this debate, both candidates have presented impressive work plans. However, turning promises into action is always the biggest challenge. So I would like to ask for both candidates, how can you ensure the students that you will remain accountable to your stated visions and missions? And what concrete mechanisms will you put in place to ensure your work plans are actually delivered? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Atika. Now for the Equirise cabinet will answer first, so please answer the question.
Okay, thank you for the question. Once again, we have quarterly town halls. In that forum, we can share our progress of our work plan. So, what work plan that we have said in here, or maybe that we have said before, and also the event of PSB, we will share the progress itself in quarterly town halls. And if the work plan, if the progress is stuck, or maybe the progress, or maybe the event have the problem, the student can make a critique to us, so we can improve. So we can improve and make the event better, and maybe we can make the follow-up action to make the to continue the progress of our work plan. And in quarterly town halls, we make sure the accountability and transparency to the student.
And also, PSB as the formal organization, also we have the web that student can access to see the event that we will bring, and also the work plan in the 1 year. We also in our social media or Instagram, we have press release for the event that we have done. So students can tracking our work by the report that we will give with the social media we have, and also with our work plan carbon offset itself, because it was collaboration with external parties. They also have their own website that will focusing on the carbon itself, and you can track your trees and also the carbon that have done with your trees that you planting with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Equirise cabinet. Before we continue, I would like to ask the attendees to remain conducive. Please respect the people who speak in front. Thank you. Now we will move forward to Melba's cabinet. You may start to answer the question.
Thank you, Ms. Anika. And how us as PUSB be elected to ensure our work plans is aligned with the student needs and participation is we have a work plan called the Voice of PresUnivers. This is a digital platform for every student where we summarize each week from Heaven Board what is the issue that we have to raise the awareness and create as an open community in our The Voice of PresUnivers media social. And from that, we believe that every young people always active with their phones and always using their social media as a digital platform every day. So that's why we believe that our work plans heaven is not forcible, but naturally engaged with the student. And from that, the Voice of PresUnivers will not merely stop as the digital platform. We will continue to have a continuous program development called USB Movement, which is an interactive movement to raise the awareness each week from USB, the Voice of PresUnivers, and engage and embrace every student naturally and directly with the student in the campus to have a create an inclusive and interactive digital inclusive platform and they can join it really without having a fear to be exclusive, because this will become the moment where every student can share their thoughts and raise the awareness together alongside us. And also,
we are from Malvis Cabinet. When we want to engage all of the students, we do two methods. First, in social media, as we know that young people very interested with social media, and we always do the real action. So Malvis Cabinet, we will try to engage all of the students in this campus and
Time's up. You may have a seat. All right. Thank you to all students and all the attendees that already asked questions to all of the cabinets. With that, I would like to officially conclude the second debate session, which is the People's Forum. We will now enter a break session for approximate 60 minutes before proceeding to the third debate session, which is the Panelist Forum. Delegates are reminded to continue observing all provisions of the rules of the public debate. We also kindly ask all attendees to return to their seats for the next session that will begin at 7 p.m. Thank you and enjoy your break.
Ini apa nggak masuk? Bagus nggak nih Mas Bob? Bagus ya?
everyone enjoyed the debate. We will now continue the PUSB public debate of UG 2027 with the third debate session, the panelists forum. In this session, our panelists will share their observations, perspectives, and questions, and both cabinets will then be given the opportunity to respond. Each panelist will have time allocation within 30 minutes. Without further ado, let us begin. For our panelist session, I would like to invite Mr. Satria Hari Pratomo to deliver his comments and questions for the candidates. To Mr. Satria, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, moderator. First and foremost, I would like to ask some questions for the first cabinet. Okay, my question is about the overall directions. It is overall for your workplace actually, and current of this workplace for the carbon offsets initiative. The first one, what exactly is PUSB's ownership and role? And this is primarily collaboration with an external organization. You directly mentioned Lindungi Hutan. Why is it positioned as a flagship internal program for the NGOs, such as which is Lindungi Hutan? Additionally, where is the baseline data that supports the carbon measurement system being proposed in Cikarang or Bekasi Regency? The next one for BRIC, yes. What is the intended positioning of the program? If the objective is to facilitate it, to bring a policy discussion or and publications, how does it differ from existing discussion forums? Is it based initiatives or established university research structures? Furthermore, why is it called the Gender Research and Insight Center when the scope appears much broader than gender-related issues? And actually, Presiden University and all university already have the research center. And if you want to make it this publications in Indonesia, we say Ngarampai or the platform policy. Maybe you can collect also collect within the research center and not bring it this is to be the workman. And the next one, you always mentioning about the further quarterly town hall. How will USB ensure that the forum functions as a genuinely open accountability mechanism rather than a formal recognitions, particularly given the framing around concepts such as independent evaluators and reclaiming trust. And actually, this is one of the forum that basis already have, and this is not the objective of PSB's organization. Why you choose this as your workplace? And he always mentioning about the critics, about the town hall. If you want some of the critics of your organizations, PSB already have a name. This is Aspiration Week, or this is from the PSB's change name, Usu Aspirations Week or PSB Aspirations Week. The method or the technique in rather than your conversation within the PresUnivers actually. And finally, for the last one, for excellent rewards and impact tracking, why is there a need to create a spare system? This is a work plan. Seems like student learning line already exists and could potentially be further developed more broadly with multiple work plans that appear to have overlapping objectives. What considerations were used to determine that these initiatives should exist as separate program rather than being consolidated into a smaller number of stronger, more focused, and more visible initiatives? And the last one, in short, how does PSB in your cabinet justify the ownership, necessity, differentiation, and feasibility of each of these work plans while ensuring they remain aligned with PSB's mandate and don't create fragmented parallel systems? Okay, you may answer.
Okay, thank you for the question from panelist. I will answer for the carbon offset first. For the carbon offset, the function of USB is to make a place for study to they can get a certificate. Also, we help the university to achieve their mission is to reduce emission until zero emission in 2050, like in the rector decision 2024. And also the carbon footprint itself, we it's from research President University. Only President University. President University produced 700 tons, metric tons of carbon dioxide in 2024. They have an annual sustainability report in 2024. And from that, we want to help the President University to reduce the emission. And for the planting itself, not in the Cikarang or Bekasi area, but we will planting in the area that specialized for planting the plants. So because the Jawa area is the industrial area, so it's not maybe it's not good to planting a plant. So we plant in the other area.
Okay, stop. Wait. For the carbon offset, this looks like a Clean Hutan initiative. Actually, this is not the special program for PSB. If you want to make a program to become work band, actually, you don't have mentioning the NGO, the community, or directly. Maybe you can call them the community, or maybe you can call them the NGOs or another parties like that. Not you directly specific for Lindungi Hutans, because this looks like the Lindungi Hutans program. And actually, if you want to make a movement, please measure if your area, especially in Regency of Bekasi, can display and aware about your program. Okay, and maybe that's my reminder about your program. What our program? Okay, next answer the next questions.
Okay, for the Gender Research Insight Center, that's because our students are very concerning with the gender problem, like the sexual harassment or maybe discrimination. But the focusing is in education, also advocating, so we can support and support the victim, and also we can support the student to publish the research. Not only the scientific research, because maybe we can collaborate with the PU Research Center, because we also publish like a creative publication like infographic or something, but it's related with gender research itself.
For our gender research, we already have the name is study issue. Do you know study issue? Okay, why we didn't innovations the study issue becoming an infographic issue, infographic publications, or maybe a policy platform? We think the name is only is still about study issue. Why you put the new work plan at the PSB that already exists actually?
We still use study issue, but we added another one.
So what's the difference?
The study issue can share about the every issue that happening in Indonesia or maybe that happening in our university. But this gender research, it will give you the student opportunity to publish the research every time.
Okay. And you give some example every time if the students have a lot of reasons of placing, reasons of their issue and their opinion about one of issue actually, especially for Indonesia.
we focus in gender only, but like they can make research every time, so they can send to us. Like we will provide a form, like Google form, to send the environment the infographic, and after that we will select the uh we will select who that first to be uploaded.
Okay, thank you. And the next questions, number 3 and number 4, please your vice answer the questions.
For our third work plan is excellent reward that it mentioned will be we know we have the student ordinance in the PUSB events. It was actually focusing on we give the reward for the participant at our event because it was 3 months after the event, and it will we choose that to become our work plan is to promoting our PUSB event itself because we found in this year we find difficult to find the committees because they do not committees and also participants for the event because they do not really feel the impact for the event that we held. So this is the work program we bring to make sure and to become the evidence for the student itself that our event has an impact for the student. So we bring this for the excellence award.
First and foremost, if you want to promote, why you post these publications or content after 3 months of this event? If you want to promote, okay. And then the next is only an appreciation for members. Why you put this becoming one of work plan? Because it's too internal for the committees or maybe for your internal organizations actually. And remember, our work plans is always being a work plan can impact within not only President University, but for your regency, for your city, for your province, or maybe you can advance in President University in this global area. Okay. Yeah, please.
Okay. So it my mistake. It was actually for the participants that participate in our event, and also we think about the students from the 24 and 23 that they cannot joining us with the committee because they have several matters. But they can joining with the event that we held, and from that we bringing this to can give them place to get more beneficial because after they get the reward, they will we will public their as the best participant or most outstanding, and also get more certificate rather than just as the participant of the event.
Okay, next question, please answer.
Okay, for the next, it's a forum that has mentioned that already have in the PUSC, but for us, we bringing it to focusing on the PUSB itself, so the critic and the suggestions student can give just for PUSB, and this is also connecting with our other work plan that we want to ensuring that all students in the President University can know that they have the PUSB as in the outside called BEM because many of my friends in my classes and my in the dormitory or in my environmental that they do not know even though they joining in our event, they don't know that PUSB is actually equal to the BEM in the outside. So this is when we bring is focusing on the promoting so students can feel that they have students who stand for them, and we can responsible for the work plan that we bring, because in the quarterly town halls, the things we will do is presenting the work plan and determination we have to and transparency for it. And then they will give us suggestions for a better PSB, and that's just for PSB.
Okay, maybe enough. The next cabinet. Thank you very much. The Chevron. Okay, before I'm going into the details, I want to ask about the overall rank and visibility of this set initiative of your cabinet. First one, regarding the engaged missions. Okay, identity, while the meaning is clear, it is also a very commonly used buzzword. Actually, my cabinet already used this buzzword for the missions. If this intended to function as a cabinet identity, what consideration was given to choosing a more distinctive word that could make the missions more memorable and differentiable? Okay, the next one. For your own plan, for heaven, since this is already an ongoing program, what is the rationale for listing it as a separate work plan instead of positioning it as a continuation or refinement of an existing initiative? Clear? Continuously, actually.
Can you repeat the question?
Okay. Since this is already an ongoing program, what is the rationale for listing it as a separate work plan instead of positioning it as the continuously or refinement of an existing initiative? For the next one, for force, given that the program appears to require significant resources, such as the high cost associated with ISO certification, because my cabinet want to replicate the ISO certifications, but the budgeting and the other things cannot relating within our campus. What is the realistic funding and implementation strategy to ensure this is financially and operationally feasible and continuously? Lastly, regarding timeline, how should we understand the inclusion of additional initiatives such as PSB movement that you already submit to your work plan that appear without prior explanations? What is this relationship to the main work plans, and how does it fit into the overall structure? Overall, how are these programs being structured to ensure clarity of ownership, financially visibility, and narrative consistency within the cabinet's work plan framework? Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Satria, for the questions. For the first question, what consider our engaged mission can be more memorable later on when we're already in our period. Is we hear some of our friends, some of our present university friends say that is there any collaboration between the PUCC and the other organization? It's like we actually have, but they didn't see it and they didn't realize it. So we saw this as a branding problem, and we think about how can we engage students with the true personal branding. So that's why our engage would be more approachable to students through our programs, through our work plans, and also could be more memorable for students through collaboration that, like we already stated before in the People Forum, that there will be more like a brainstorming collaboration, more media partner, and also engage with one another in the CNCs. And how we position ourselves through CNCs, we did, and we still do supervise for CNCs. But what about if through engage mission, we create a moment where supervisor truly engage with them to help them within the event? We know that CNC also have their own supervisor, but us as the PUSB that directly under having CNCs under us, we'll try to
actually embrace with them and collaborate with them directly, so that they will not just think, oh, we're going to put some new proposal for our events. Let's just contact our supervisor from PSB to get an to get a signature. So we hope that through engaged mission, it will not be something that every CNC think like that about us. So that's why we create this mission, because we really like to increase our personal branding through collaboration that will be very supportive for the CNCs, for the other organization, and they can feel truly, so that they will not just asking about it, is there any collaboration, but they truly naturally engage with it. So that's why we will try to make our mission engage, will be more memorable for the students. And also, for the second question, how can be our mission more rationalist? And basically, for the other existing, as we know that President University already have these saling jaga and President IGID and ethics, of course, the ethics, and also there are public relations and even student affairs. But what we see from this is how we can make a continuous development through peer-to-peer engagement. So we would like to create where every student feels that each one and another is basically have a red string, where through peer counselor and heaven board, our mission, our work plan, our work plan heaven board, where we will try to engage with the student naturally between peer and peer. So they can feel our existence without they trying to just think and try to figure it out alone. So we will try to peer and peer engagement through that. So it will be more rationalist. And if there happen in the heaven board that actually having a big problem or issue, we will contact and also helping them. If needs a policy, we will also help this to give it to PUCC to create a legislation, a policy. But if it's something that very serious, we will also help them to embrace to the saling jaga or ethics, because like sexual harassment and etc. it is very common. It is something that possible to happen in the student body itself.
Okay, thank you. For the second questions, that actually about the psychological and mental health things. Is there any experts that you want to collaborate more, or you want to give in the positioning for your heavens or plans?
Okay, thank you for the question. For the very first, we think about we cannot use our own members, student board to be the peer counselor, because it will take time so long. They have to get a certified peer counselor, and they also have to handling their own divisional job, like the events or even MOCS with everything about proposal, everything about etc. So we think about an organization or even a collaboration that will help us through this. And we got the mental health experts, which is first satu jiwa, second genre, under Kemenlu Bangga, and last is menjadi manusia. From this third organization, basically they have a certified peer counselor that will very beneficial for us, and we try to create a strategic collaboration with them, that we didn't trade money, but we trade value with them. They have their own things that they need to achieve, and we also have things that we have to achieve. So that's the moment where we try to create this strategic collaboration with them as the peer counselor and us as the student itself, the student body. So that three, those are the three organizations or even the mental health expertise that we will try to collaborate with. And then for the third question.
Okay, thank you for the question. I want to ask a question about the certificate in our work plan that we call as FORCE. So basically, FORCE design is to improve and to support all of the student needs, especially in life work skill. For example, before we create FORCE, we will research first about what is the skill that student need. For example, we want creating about event management. So after that, we invite and for President University Student Board itself is mandatory because our student board is the one who will handle of the PUSB event. And then after that, we also collaborate with the PUSC, PUMA, and PUFA, and we will open to all of the students. And how about the mechanism? So in that forge, we not only like do seminar, but we do workshop. In forge, we have discussion session, and we need to solve all of the study case, and from there, all of students will get result. And for the certificate itself, will issued by the project manager and also from the student affairs. There's also we can use online certificate, and it will minimize the budgeting. And then for the next question is about PUSB movement. Okay, PUSB movement is the evidence that Heaven Board have the outcome. So basically, PUSB movement comes from the Heaven weekly report. Okay, so every 1 week we analyze what is the issue that every student give. Yeah, and then after that we make sure every student feel valued and heard through the action. That's why we create a PUSB movement. In PUSB movement, also we think it will increase our engagement, especially in PUSB movement, like we go to the dormitory and then also go to the campus area and then bring that issue to support all of the student problems.
Okay, thank you. The last one question is both of your cabinet. Given that the current national situation is quite turbulent, as you know, and considering that based on resident university regulations, actually, students are not allowed to conduct demonstrations or something specifically aligning to the politics particular area. How do you plan for PSP to still remain relevant and contribute more effectively in terms of advocacy and public impact without relying on protest-based movements? What alternative mechanism will be used to ensure PSP's voice is still heard and has influence within institutional and societal spaces? Okay. From Malvis.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Chen. Regarding that matter, we know that every young people has their own rights to speak up regarding politic matters or even something that become a big matters that will impact the nationwide. And for us as the PUSB, we actually know about the regulation created by President University about how we cannot directly do the demonstration. But from us, Malvis Cabinet, we think about it. And that's why we also have the Voice of PresUnivers. The Voice of PresUnivers is under the Heaven work plan, which is the one that will raise the campaigns, raise the awareness through campaigns in digital platform. This is actually evidence and based by how PUSB recently also create a campaign or even raise the awareness regarding the demonstration. It's really shared by so many people through a social media called Instagram, which is in a story called 𝐿. And we think about it, and we saw that this could be our opportunity to raise the awareness of every student. Because the best thing that we can do as citizen of Indonesia is that we cannot just conduct about what matters in our country. We cannot just stay silent or close our eyes just because of the regulation that happened with us. We can just try and be more innovative with the regulation, even though so that this regulation, but making us more creative in order to resolve that. And also, not just by platform based, we will directly also, before the advocacy being shared through social media, we will have database, looking for the database, communication through each student board perspective, or even create a platform for students to also share about their thoughts in our Voice of PresUnivers social media, so that we can first gather all the opinion by students.
So we will not just based on our perspective or PUSB perspective, but also from every student perspective, and we create a campaign regarding it, so that we will not just on that, but we will try to communicate and break the word together.
Okay, thank you. Next, Aquarius Cabinet.
Thank you for the question. And for the Aquarius Cabinet, we have PSB study issues that we can publish our voices, and also as we know that PSB, as we know that President University itself have international students, we have to make them a safety place, so we can directly do the demonstrations actionally or in the social media too. But we have to do it in general, also that we bring the drink in our webpage, so students can give their thoughts in that. Thank you.
Okay, also we will make a statement of position from PUSB. So
30 seconds, please. 30 seconds.
So PSB can so other students don't see PSB talkative or something, and also we will collect the student perspective too from the maybe student in the our nationality, and also from the other country like the international student they if they know the Indonesian condition right now, so we can collect their perspective too. After that, we can make it one statement in the statement of position.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madara.
Thank you, Mr. Satya, for your contributions in the discussion. Now we will be moving forward to the next panelist, Mr. Putri Fatima Zunia. Please is yours.
Okay, so first of all, I would like to give you guys some suggestion. Please don't say maybe when you guys are answering the questions, because you guys need to be sure with your own answer. And please don't hesitate. If you have something more to add, just add it, okay? And my first question is to both cabinet, actually, because the first cabinet, the Aquarius cabinet, are talking about equality. And you guys also mentioned previously about the creating equality in the internal of USB itself. Did you guys receive or felt that the internal of PUSB have no equality in the cabinet that you are in right now? And for Diva and Ano, I would like to have you guys to have yours permission for them to answer this, because this would be a critique to the current cabinets. And I would like both of the cabinets to give the critique. And yeah, let's start with that question. Please answer for Aquarius cabinet, because you guys see this as an issue, right? And also give proof of inequality that you guys are facing in the internal of USB right now.
Okay, thank you for the question. Actually, equality that we meant is not the equality internal itself, but equality in work in the US. We will make the work is more the workload is more balanced, and also like because some of USD member feels burned out, so they feel like they feel like lack of interest to their organization, so they don't want to they don't want to stay in this organization again.
Sorry, pause. I'm talking about the gender equality.
Oh.
Wait, so there is two. So okay, you're mentioning about the work inequality, right? You can continue that and then continue to the gender inequality. Did you mention in the motion previously, the motion session?
Okay, for the workload, maybe we can make we can spirited the workload so the work like feels equal each member and they don't feel burnt out. Like we put the timeline from the start, so from one event and another not overlapping because some of member handle more than one event. And for the gender equality itself, in PSB we don't found that and we don't mention it in the report. Yeah, about gender equality, we don't mention it in the motion.
Okay, so but you guys see this as an issue, right? The gender equality that you guys are proposing as the work plan.
It's in the President University area, but
Okay,
our
then give me proof.
because the some of students, but our main concern is about sexual harassment and also discrimination and like maybe toxic masculinity or something because we make a form to make like survey form. So we share it to the student when they feel interested in university. If they feel like discrimination in the class or something because they have the others style or maybe they have different style with others like that. So the main also we make a survey like what do you think about the sexual harassment in President University and etc. So our main purpose of this gender research is for that sexual harassment and also discrimination. And also some of people like they think the victims is only for from women, but also men can get the harassment too. But the men not literally hurt by others like that. So we great will hurt men and women equally because everyone can get harassment and can get discrimination, not only women.
Maybe your partner want to. That's all. Okay, for Malchus.
Thank you, Ms. Fatima, for the question. Talking about gender equality, as you stated, is there anything that happened in our previous cabinet, which is the Sponsor Cabinet of PUCC? First of all, when we look to gender equality, gender is a social constructed behavior between men and women. Basically, based. And from our previous experience, we never felt any gender inequality that happened in our cabinet. We felt that the equality between the men and the women in our PUSB is very, very equal. And we truly respect how presidential and also our executive board is very, very wise with how they can actually handle men and women. We know that gender itself means that every person have their own personality, and men and women can have different personality because it's social constructed. And how our executive and our presidential handle it is very, very wise because they try to engage and they try to fit and adapt with each of us as the PUSB member, and try to face it with a very real way to actually also help us to thrive alongside them. So for me personally, I didn't felt any gender inequality since from the previous cabinet I also being partnered with men, and I feel like how our seniors truly embrace us and help us through
our event coordination, our jobs in division and everything. But from Mr. Stikraiza, additional. Okay, that's safe. Thank you.
Okay, wait, I have more question. So actually from the accuracy cabinet raised another question from me. They are talking about the workload inequality. What do you guys think about it?
Okay, for workload inequality, from we saw from the very first moment that the cabinet is actually already created, our presidential and from what we saw is our presidential and our executive board is very wise on how they actually position each of us, whether we are men or women, in the divisional job. So for like, okay, they thought that okay, these ones have a very good personality and emotional intelligence, so they will fit the MOSA role, or perhaps they can engage with an event that have a more issues or more occasion. So we think that for the workloads inequality, from me personally, I never felt any workload inequality in our police cabinet. Okay, same. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And then my next question would be from Maltese cabinet. Actually, one of your answer were talking about how the supervisors in MOSA did not really engage with the CNCs. That is supposed to be your own evaluation. How did you guys did not manage to engage with the CNCs? And okay, for equities, actually about the e-talk, I'm really sorry, not the e-talk, for the carbon offset. This really piqued my interest because right now I'm also in the environmental. The way you guys said that, first of all, you guys are mentioning about 200 million to carbon emission to reduce, but then you guys are saying that you guys will find another place to plant these trees, but actually you guys can also like give more initiative on how to reduce this emission significantly, because there's like so many other ways than that, but you guys only promote that because you guys already have you guys talked to the Lindungi Hutan? Okay, that's because you guys already talked to them, because there's like a lot more ways to reduce the emission. I'm pretty sure that you guys know that, right? And also, you guys were talking about 700 metric tons of carbon emission, and this is only for the President University, right? And you guys were talking about how you guys wanted to plant these trees on the other place, right? Then how would you reduce in this campus itself, or will you guys like trying to reduce in other place? Did you guys already have your research on that? And how significantly per year that you guys are planning to lessen for these carbon emission?
Okay, thank you for the question. For the carbon itself, the carbon footprint is directly impacted to the world. So, if we planting the tree in the another place too, the oxygen.
You can say it in Bahasa Indonesia if you're not sure with your English.
Karena karbon itu kan langsung berdampak kepada world, jadinya ketika kita menanam di tempat yang lain pun the oxygen juga akan bercampur dan juga akan mereduce karbon itu sendiri, karena kan kayak kita nggak bisa tempatin karbon itu di sini, jadi reduce-nya harus di sini. Tapi kayak karena kan itu berimpaknya ke seluruh dunia ya, karena kalau kita keluarin karbon. Nah makanya kalau kita nanam di tempat yang lain pun itu juga akan berimpact juga ke yang lain. Nah kita itu kayak help the President University, karena President University itu mengeluarkan karbon, jadi kayak kita membayar utang dari President University kepada alam.
Okay, so did you mention about how significant, like the way you plant the trees?
Maybe for our period we can plant like 500 until 1,000 of trees, and one tree is like maybe 10 grams, but maybe it can reduce 10 grams of carbon. Why we only can plan 500 until 1,000? Because it's really early programs, and we cannot make sure we can plan more, because it's need to pay the plan itself, and also but the small, at least we make a small movement, but it makes impact rather than we don't make any.
Yes. Thank you. But to be honest, for me, this sounds like this could be as a project, and also you can do a campaign for this project, not as a work plan. And from office, do you have any additional things? Maybe your partner wants to add.
For me, is our concern to make this as our work plan is also because we see that this can be sustainable for the future, because it will not will end after we ending our period in the PUSB, and also to the benefit that the student will give is the certificate, and also the branding in the name is actually will be on in the Google, and also in our external parties also, and it will we want the purpose of it is to can make the student know and act with us, action with us with the simple platform. So we bring this as the rock band. That's all for me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. For Maltese, my question is, you guys are talking about the Haven board, which you guys wanted to develop more feature in the website, in PSB website, right? And actually, my question is, how will you guys promote this new feature in the PSB website itself? And as we all know that PSB website, maybe let's say it's not really that well known in the students, right? And how will you guys promote this? Because this is your work plan, right? So you guys need to really promote this. And how will you make sure that this website will be more used for the students in President University rather than the famous website about, maybe you guys have heard it, about 𝐔𝐍𝐈𝐕𝐄𝐑𝐄𝐍𝐓.com. Yes, how will you guys manage to do so?
Okay, thank you for the question, Kak Fatim. First of all, I want to answer about engagement from the MOSA to CNZ. As we know that in PUCC cabinet, the MOSA itself already, when the CNC need to about administration things, MOSA always handle it directly. But our concern, and one of our evaluation from MOSA in this cabinet is we want to try not only supervise and just handle about administrative things, we want to be a facilitator to all of CNC. So, for example, CNC need to find a competition. We are the one who we always to support them and find the competition for them. And then also we will create a routine communication with them. Like when they need something, we will always try to complete the things. And the second about how us multi cabinet engage our program that we call Heaven Board. So basically, Heaven Board have two output, which is USB movement and also the voice of PresUnivers. When we do the USB movement and the voice of PresUnivers, we will educate people that this outcome comes from the Heaven Board. So people will know that the USB movement, USB do the things, it's come from the Heaven Board. We will always educate people about Heaven Board itself. And then, yeah, like the voice of PresUnivers, we use social media, which is every student in our university really know about social media. So it will engage Heaven Board. Additionally, from my partner.
Okay, thank you. We understood the Ms. Fatim's concern regarding the website. Okay, first of all, we think if we use the website very efficiently, it will be very beneficial for us in PUSB and also for the student body itself. That's why, how will we promote this? Basically, like already explained by 𝐔𝐍𝐄𝐑𝐋, through digital platforms, through social media. And our Heaven Board is not merely a work plan that will be forcible to other people. We can understand how every student feelings like, okay, today I want to talk about this. I didn't know where to go or where to talk about this. And through this, we also try to promote this, our website and the Heaven Board in our website through mouth to mouth. So we do believe the young people, basically, instead of only using social media, mouth to mouth is also very effective on promoting a work plan. So that's why we try to engage the student naturally and not forceful. And that's why, and how we make sure that this is very impactful later on. We have 3 indicators that will be our way to measure, is it truly efficient? Is it truly effective for the students? First, we're going to create an engagement matrix. We will see, after the promotion, we will see each day how many submissions, how many students that use our Heaven Board platforms to tell their days, or basically to just share their story, their feelings that day, how many times in one day. And we try to track everything and measure it so we can know and we can learn from it. So that's why after we get the engagement metrics, we try to response efficiency. Response efficiency means how quickly it is for us to address the issue, so that we can raise the awareness more effectively if we can do it quickly. Like every month, there are the reports, and from the reports, we can also solve what issue that is matter for that basically talk about in this week. And then there is also resolution outcome, and how we try to manage this issue and create it in the digital platform, like the point of PresUnivers and also the PUSB movement, and so that would become the resolution outcomes and how it could be impactful for all the students. They can share their awareness, they can share their thoughts with us. And when they talk about it, we will try so hard in our multi-subject to not be a judgmental type of student board. We'll try to hear and also support what their thoughts, what their feelings, because validation is what is very essential for us as young people in nowadays. So that's why, after all, we also have evaluation. We can see from those 3 things, those 3 key indicators, it is very, very effective, and we will try to evaluate it together with our PUSB members and also with the expertise mental health from the external to talk about it together. And we have the brainstorming. So what can we improve every week? And what awareness or what issue that is recently talked about in our student body, student president, university student itself. So it's something like that. Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you for Malvis Cabinet. I'd like to say something. You may sit down. I think for evaluation, you are saying that it is from your members, right? Executive. I think not everyone can have the emotional intelligence to evaluate someone, so I'm pretty sure it's more right for the experts to do so, to give them the evaluation. And my last question would be, I would like to know for each of the cabinet, can you guys give your perspective about Aquarius, your perspective on the Malthus cabinet, and Malthus cabinet, your perspective on Aquarius cabinet? I want you guys to give the perspective from the vision, mission, and also the work plan. And how sure, you guys know each other's work plan, right? And how sure is the work plan will go on effectively? And whether the work plan is going to be effective or not. Thank you. And also mention about if there's any room for improvement, you can also mention that. Thank you. For this session, Malthus cabinet can start first.
Thank you, Ms. Fatima. Very first of all, our perspective on Aquarius cabinet is that they have brilliant ideas regarding the environmental issue, regarding the carbon oxide that they talk about. And also, this is basically the things that sometimes us as the president university students neglect to talk about, neglect or have to leak information regarding this. And as for me, myself, think about it and saw how Aquarius cabinet tries to raise that problem and become things that will be very beneficial also not only for president university but also for global. It's very, very good ideas. And I think about the group also a good idea since me personally, I'm an IR student and we can see how sometimes us also as president university student have a very minimum way to search for a good research, right? Because sometimes it is in research we have to pay or anything else. And for these great ideas, it's very beneficial, especially as what I saw is for us in the policy or even relation or even a research-based related major, because so we don't have to use any other website that will be more illegal or something like that. Through Greek, it will be very, very helpful for us. And room for improvement is that, okay, I will give it to the Mr. Jindra.
Thank you for the knowing. First of all, from my opinion, I really respect and work plan, vision, and mission that Aquarius cabinet have is really good because they really care about environmental, like my partner said. But the important thing is this is a big program and this can get a lot of scale. So you need to more details like Kapatin said, Kapatin give you a lot of suggestion. You need to prepare more strategy and also how to make the program more applicable, and especially that we are student board. So the thing is, both of you need to research first about your guys' work plan, and then after that, create a good strategy. That's all. But overall, your work plan is good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for Malthus cabinet. For Aquarius, you may answer the question.
For us, for the perspective of candidate for Malthus, we found that general plan for the cabinet and also the PresUnivers and
your movement, PSB's movement. I personally found that it was really good because you are concerning about our mental health, which we at the organization, we also have academic matters that actually have really stress as very bad. And if we want to talk to our friends that we as the formal organization um, have the boundaries that we can give the information, internal information to our friends. But we also have the boundaries with our organizational friends also. But in the habit is anonymous, so we can share our thoughts. And also for the workshop that you will have, it's also good because in the organization have the maybe PSC and PSB training, but it's just focusing on how we to improving our skills and the suggestion from the farmers or the executive to how we can run for us to the next organization. But in that, we will get more skills for ourselves with the concerning of the student itself and for the improvement.
Okay. First, your program is really, really good because you improve internal and also external. And for the improvement, as we know, you have a workshop that will help in 1 to 3 months, right? But you must to consider again about the timeline because we have a workshop through like the interact or the PYLC in the months in the 9 or 10. Like if you like watch in 3 months, maybe it can be overlapping with our main event. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for his cabinet. And maybe I would like to say one more suggestion. I missed it before for this sector for Aquarius cabinet. Regarding your answer about Kak Satria's mention about student demonstration, you guys keep on mentioning about the international students. As we know this, you forgot to put yourself as an Indonesian citizen as well. So it is really good to consider about the international students, but you forgot to mention how would you position yourself as the Indonesian citizen itself. And maybe that's all. Maybe you guys need to think about your answer more. And thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fatima. Now we will proceed to the last panelist, which is Mr. 𝐏𝐸𝐈𝐕𝐄𝐑𝐄𝐋. You may have the floor.
Thank you. Can you please smile? Yes. Okay. I want you to continue on how your talks about the other cabinets, but I want you to think what is the other cabinet should improve, either it on the work plan or etc. Start from this cabinet.
For the focus on work plan, as you guys have also the one that is very large scale, like what Tika already mentioned before, the 𝐔𝐍𝐈𝐕𝐄𝐑𝐿 oxide. Yes. From that, it will really challenging, also hard to be. Actually, it's to every student to get with it, right? And for us, for me especially, you guys can actually do an improvement on how creating and promote this later on is movement to be more very, very relatable for every student. Because sometimes we can see that not really every student feel or even think about the importance of the environment itself. So you guys can do an improvement on the campaign first and the awareness between students so they can engage naturally with your ideas of the 𝐔𝐍𝐈𝐕𝐄𝐑𝐿 work plan.
and also for sequence that I
Okay, thank you, Naomi. I have a little more concern about your work plan in carbon monoxide. Actually, yeah, it is really important. But first things that all of you guys need to remind about engagement. Yeah, both of you need to have good strategy to engage people, educate people why carbon monoxide is important. And yeah, as we know that in that program there is have any registration fee and something like that, right? Yeah, you must considering about that. And of course, if this program want to be the sustainable program, yeah, you need to find like the start from the location and then the location and also the mechanism or that event because it is really important, guys. And about the Greeks, yeah. In Equality Cabinet, both of you want to create like library but in online platform like in the website. Correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah. And yeah, you guys need to know that book have that we call as pattern. All right. Yeah. So if you want to input book to your website, it is you guys need to think about the agreement or something like that because it is important, guys. That's all. Thank you.
For the awareness,
You have a very also good work plan, and I actually have a really little improvement for your work plan in the next. For the first is you will have the workshop and it will for public, right? So how I think you would have to measuring the participant itself for the who can like joining your workshop, because if everyone can joining your workshop, maybe they can like not really serious to take your workshop. And also for the speaker that you will invite, it will also me and my partner is concerning about can you will held it in 3 months, once in 3 months, and how maybe you can get one speaker for your this content, because if you change for the speaker, maybe it's because your time and also what you will speak in the workshop. But we found that for the speaker itself, if you change the speaker from the next workshop, it will they present the basics and will not have like improvement in the material sessions, like the discussion. Yeah, I think that's all from for and that's all for equality.
for your visions, can you please elaborate more and explain why you choose this visions from whereas universe?
Our vision is transforming PSB into a transparent, digital and transparent progressive central shifts. So our vision is to transform PSB into an inclusive, transparent, and progressive center of leadership to achieve sustainable welfare and also environmental responsibility for all president. So our purpose is to make PSB more inclusive, transparent, and progressive organization, and also we make and also be responsible to the environment. And for the mission, we have four that we call it period. The first one is reform the from internal bureaucracy, so we can serve more faster and systematic services to the student. Because as representative body, we represent the student in President University, so we must we must serve for faster and systematic service to the student. So what we do is so what we do is repair from the internal, like maybe from we can take it from critics, like from the corporate hall. So from the critics, we can make improvement in the internal PSV, so we can serve faster and more systematic service to the student. And the second one is the efficiency and eco impact, because we want to make the event is more efficient, and also like we focus on the impact and also the outcome, not only the KPI, not only the event is fitness, but we focus on the outcome and also the eco impact. Yeah, like our mission and our work too. We want to responsible to the environment. And also the third one is amplification. We want to amplify the student talents, like from the grades we can share their skills in the research or something, or maybe they can speak up like from they can speak up from their research, so we can publish their research too. And also from the last one is legitimacy from transparency, because we believe transparency builds the trust, and the trust builds a movement. So we want to make PSV more transparent to the PSV member itself and also to the student in the President University. Because some of students in President University doesn't know what is PSV and doesn't know what is function of PSV and what is the how the progress of PSV work plan and etc. Maybe that's all from Ecorex coming.
Okay, first, we want to describe about our vision. Our vision is to serve as reliable catalyst that actively empower students to reach their full potential. And we also cultivate an inclusive platform that acting as a safe space to ignite the need collaboration. And most importantly, we want to turn this collaboration into relationship. In the first sentence, serve as reliable catalyst that actively empower student body to reach their fullest potential. Yeah, Malvis Cabinet. See, every student in our campus, local student, international student, have so many potential and also have so many so many potentials. And the thing is, we want to empower their potential. We want to support their potential. Yeah, such as like our program in Forge, so they can improve their skill, they can learn about new things. And also, we want to cultivate an inclusive platform that acting as a safe space. That the output is heaven board. In heaven board, every student will get a safe space that they can tell about academic pressure, about relationship. Not only talk, but they get emotional support. And then for the last is bring positive impact to all of the students. Yeah, we realize that we need to create not only just we want to create a real action that bring a positive and real work. So that's why we have heaven board and also we have policy. Additional from now.
Okay. That's the further explanation regarding our mission. And I'll explain more about our mission to give a bigger framework for all of participants that come in today. First, our mission is cultivate. Cultivate means we'll try to cultivate a system where this is going to be to strengthen our internal capabilities and also abilities. So basically, our first mission is based on our concern regarding our own PUSB, regarding our own internal situation. We think that
For us, before all of the members going straight to the society, to the student body, we have to get a more educational mix, and also we have to get a more learning situation, so that when we go on site, our leadership skill can be shown, and every people can see how PUSB could be a good organization. And that's why from this we focus on our internal strength. From this we also create the Forge work plan, which is mandatory for all of our members, because this is the workshop, interactive workshop, not just a seminar, that will be valuable for all of our student board to basically enhance increase their life skill. Because we think that before every student board members coordinating events or doing their educational jobs, they have to have a good knowledge first regarding skills. And we're really concerned about that. Basic skills like leadership skills, emotional intelligence, and then critical thinking, problem solving skills, sometimes still neglected. So that's why we're concerned about this and put it in our mission cultivate. And the second one is to engage. Like we already said before in the panelist number one by Mr. Satria, I'm sorry. How we try to collaborate, not with only an organization, and try to make it more memorable for all of the organization or even the campus itself. So basically our second mission is grounded in our perspective on how we create a cabinet, how we create PUSB, and our relation with the external organization, so that our term and our service term, that would be not having an impact, but more impactful, because our mission can be felt by others. So that's why we try to create and also have a mission called Engage. And lastly, our last mission is Embrace. Embrace is grounded on our perspective to create a mission that will be very beneficial for all of the President University students. Because we know that our person as young people, there's so many things that happen in our life nowadays, and we cannot think about it only as a simple matters that we can forget it and go on. So that's why we try to embrace every student and try to know or hear their needs for the society. So that's why we create the Embrace, and it is related and correlated with our work plan, which is the habit that we already stated before. This becomes the support emotional well-being, so that every student will try to create a structured system where every student will heard, safe, valued, and comfortable. So that will become our personal branding also. People will know how USB is also a good organization with a good strict rules inside, but also can be flexible and open for the President University student. So that's why we create the last mission, Embrace. So that's why we chose these three missions: first, cultivate, engage, and last, embrace. That's the further explanation. Thank you.
You say about here the students, but after that, what is the actions you will take, like how to process that and how you can ensure that all of your thoughts about this can be implemented?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Rahman, for the questions. And how can we measure? Basically, we saw that students still need specifics. And for our way is that we will collaborate with peer counselors, in which is peer counselors cannot, they are certified peer counselors, but in logical way, they cannot handle the big problem because they are peers with us. They are actually in the same age with us. So that's why the moment why we create this, we think this could be, so we can make sure that they feel is that all the peer counselor will also give them solution or even validate their feelings, because sometimes what we need is a validation. And from that, we can see that if there is a serious matters, the action is we PUSB. If it's a problem that can be a policy, we will help it to increase it and give it to PUSC to legislate a policy, to create like their job is to be a legislation, so they can create a policy that will benefit Shell and from our private board itself. But another action is that we try to raise the awareness. Why? Because it's better for us, PUSB, to move before something or an issue happen first. Like, I mean, by saying this, is preventing is more better than responsible. So that's why our movement is that through PUSB movement, we will try to actually give educational information, and also helping the students to learn more how risky it is if you do this, and how can you handle this issue if it happened in your life. So our action is basically on the moment where we want every student to feel heard, valued, and supported, so they will not feeling like I'm alone, or even they feel like they are not be part of our inclusive system that we will try to create. So that's why we create this innovation. We want every student to really feel heard, and we want to make it a real action, like our vision first, to be a reliable catalyst. So that's why we will actually create the action where every student will get a safe space from our PUSB office cabinet. And that's why there's also Forge skill. The skill that every student board members have to get is also very important for them to engage with student body when they actually coordinating events and etc. So they can actually also learn how they face any situation regarding the members or the committees when they create an event. I mean managing event. So that's why the action, it's not just merely we and then to the student body, but we will also create a space where the structure system where our own members also can helping student feels heard and valued, also can validate their feelings, so that every project or every event, every work plan that we'll try to create is basically based on our mission, and we will try to create an action that is very valuable. And
back to the question itself, that how office cabinet can make sure that all of the mission and also the work plan can be implemented. So we office cabinet have a big commit to do all of the work plan that we have. And before that, yeah, of course, we concern about the preparation itself. Like when we talk about having board and we want to use a website platform, yeah, we will find a good web developer in the MOC subdivision later, and also we will create agreement with the peer counselor, and then we will find a good research and do the best thing that we can do. That's all, Aryan.
Okay, thank you, Marcus. And for the inquiries, you said about the town hall work plan. I want you to explain the mechanism of your work plan and how can you ensure there is no like big problem here, but within this work plan.
For the question, for the flow of this quarterly town halls, before the offline forums, we will open the online forum first to collect all students' points about President University Study Board. And after that, we also invite the CNC, because CNC will all of our Indonesia kebijakan, and so we invite the CNC so they can make critics. And also we invite advisor from PSB and PSB2 because we need the we need their company. We need we invite the advisor, and after that, the first session, we will present about our work plan and progress, and after that they can critique. But how can we make sure not happen the big problem in that forum? Of course, we make the rules and regulation what they and the boundaries what they can be what they can critics or not. Like if they critics the personal, we cannot accept it. But they can critics the system of PSB or maybe the event of PSB. So of course we make the rules and regulation before we make that online forums.
Thank you. You stated about the accountability and like transparency. And do you have like the boundaries for it? And what is it for the how you maintain that accountability and also the transparency have the boundaries in that program?
The transparency that we will present in content on house only the progress of our plan because our plan event because the event and work plan involve the student, right? So we think students need to know about the progress of the event and work plan, and also students students should know what PSB do because some of them don't know the function of PSB. Like we make a report to them. We not share like financial thing. No, we not share about that. We only share about the progress of the event and work plan.
Next question is for board of the cabinet. Okay. There is a problem related to the campus regulations, and it's crucial because this can cause your work plan or also the project or annual event into organizations can be stopped or something bad happens because of that regulations. So as the president, vice president, how you respond to that regulations and what the action will you take to handle the situations? Start from Ms. Kavin.
Thank you for the question. I have regarding the problem when we have some incident like this. Yeah, first of all, we will always respect our campus decision, and after that, we will meet the campus management, and of course, we negotiate about the issue, and we need to find the solution together. So from there, we will also find the solution. Maybe my partner wants to.
Okay, additional to Mr. Zikran's answer, regarding that issue, basically if it's crucial and it will affect our work plans, we back again to our first core value. We will also we have the value called integrity. Okay, if there is a regulation created by campus that will be strict for us, we will try to compromise with it and listen to what actually our campus want. But back again, we want to serve the student. In order for that, basically instead of just postpone our work plan or even stop and lose our motivation to develop our work plan or even develop our projects, events, etc. Like what I already stated before, we will create a more creative ideas that we talk about it together with the campus management and also the student board itself. We will try to hear the perspective from all of our student board members so we can also hear their concerns, not just our concerns regarding that matter. So that when we try to create a decision regarding that, what should we do later on with our organization PUSB, we can decide it more wisely. And we try to create a problem solving that will also beneficial for all the members and students, but also listen to what our therapist stated. But if it's very, very strict and we cannot create any movement, so the campus will create a regulation that we cannot really try to survive with it. We will try to also give our best for the students and give our explanation to be more transparent to the student body, so they can know what's the real situation and the reason why we choose the decision. Thank you.
Okay, for these matters, we found that we have to found first for the problem, and then is the problem bigger than the benefit we will get from the event itself, or the impact for the student, and also the outside or external president university, because we know that even PSB itself are engaging with the high schooler and also I think we have found the solutions for not directly remove the event itself, because like I said before, we have to see first at the benefit and the problem itself. Additional, that's for Equer's cabinet. Thank you.
Thank you for your vote, caveat. Next one question is, yeah, that's the last question. Okay, that's all from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Thank you to our panelists for their valuable contributions and thoughtful questions. I will give a brief summary for today's panelist forum. Starting with Mr. Satria. During this panelist forum, we have discussed several topics. Each panelist delivering different topics and also giving personalized questions to it. From Mr. Satria, he raised the topic about national situation, how PUSB can remain relevant, and also how PUSB voice can still heard and be impactful to the society. Then he also asked to the Equer's cabinet about PUSB role in the carbon offset, and also talks about several other work plans. And also he stated that your work plan should be impactful for wider community. And for the Malvis cabinet, Mr. Satria asked the questions about the Engage mission that is also used by the PUSB 2024. And then about the existing initiative as something that can be innovative, not only being continued. Furthermore, from the next panelist, Ms. Fatima, asked for both of the cabinet regarding the gender equality in the internal of PUSB, and then also ask for feedback for each of the cabinet one to another. And for the Equer's cabinet, she talked about the carbon offset, and for the Malvis cabinet, she raised a question regarding the lack of engagement between MOSA and CNC. And also for the Heaven board in the PUSB that can be visible to all of the students. Lastly, from Mr. Raihan, he asked the questions to both of the cabinets regarding what the other cabinet should improve for their work plan, and then elaborate more about their vision, mission, work plan, and also how you respond to the new regulation that can affect your work plan. So that is all for the panel session. We have heard a wide range of perspectives and responses from the cabinets, allowing us to gain deeper insights into their leadership approaches and priorities. On behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to express our sincere appreciation to all of the panelists for participating in today's public debate. Give a round of applause for our panelists. We will now proceed to the final segments of today's public debate, which is the closing statement session. Each cabinet will be given 2 minutes to deliver their final remarks, their key messages, and share their closing appeal to the student body. I would now like to invite cabinet number 1, which is the Equarize cabinet, to deliver their closing statement. To the Equarize cabinet, you may come to the front.
Good evening, everyone. The respectable project manager and past project manager of the PUCC 2027, the respectable panelists 1, 2, and 3, the respectable of chairperson and vice chairperson of PUSC 2026, and the respectable of president of PUSB 2026. We are ending our debate sessions for today, but the democracy is not ending when you vote, you giving your vote. I would like to say, whoever will be the next president or vice president, I hope we can support to each another, because as we have explained it for the mission and vision we have bring today and explanation for our work plan itself, I hope that we can, as the president university, can support each other without any organizational background or individual matters. Don't forget to vote on 22 and until 26 on July in Pusb. And that's all for me. Thank you.
We're moving forward to the next closing statement by the candidate number 2, which is the Malvis cabinet. Malvis cabinet, you may come to the front.
Baik, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan and Greetings for all of us. Good evening, everyone. We are from Malvis Cabinet. Yeah, we want to refer to the respectable, the chairperson and vice chairperson of PUSC 2026, respectable president and vice president and also vice president of PSP 2026, respectable our panelists today, and to the respectable all of the participants who attend today's event. We are from Office Cabinet. We want to say biggest thanks to all of our panelists, our participants, because already give us a critique and also suggestion. And this Office Cabinet learned a lot today.
Additionally, we're truly grateful for the PUCC 2027 committees. Thank you for this wonderful public debate session. We saw that you guys doing such a great job, and to the panelists, thank you for giving your time for us, and to the audiences that are coming, thank you for giving your time to actually come and listen to what our thoughts about and how can we actually shaping the future of our student governance. So lastly, your voice and concerns are the anchor of our movement, and we are here ready to build, ready to hear, ready to listen, and ready to serve. So if you want peace, choose Malvis.
On 22 until 26 June 2027 on Pusb, 26 on Pusb, and Malvis Cabinet, the power of empathy, strong in action. Malvis.
Thank you so much, Malvis Cabinet, distinguished guests, respected panelists, candidates, and also attendees of the PUCC 2027. This is the end of the PUSB public debate of PUCC 2027. We have heard the visions, missions, perspectives, and commitments of each candidates, and we trust that these discussions will contribute to a more informed and responsible voting process. I would like to thank the candidates, our esteemed panelists, and all attendees for their participation and professionalism throughout today's debate. Additionally, it has been my honor to serve as the moderator. I now officially return the event to the Master of Ceremony. Thank you and have a pleasant evening.
Thank you to our distinguished panelists and also moderator for excellently going on the day and providing round of all the candidates for presenting.
Ladies and gentlemen, moving onward to our next agenda, we would like to express our deepest commendation and gratitude to our esteemed panelists. Their profound expertise and valuable insights and analytical contributions have significantly elevated the standards of today's debate.
Therefore, we politely invite the First Project Manager of PUCC 2027, Mr. Raja Muhammad Habibi, accompanied by the Liaison Officer, to step forward onto the stage and present a token of appreciation to our honorable panelists.
All of our esteemed panelists, we kindly request you to stand with us on the stage for this presentation and a brief documentation session.
To the documentation team, please help us capture this honorable moment.
Ini nggak cukup deh, meja.
For the recommendations, first token is for this. We invite the project manager of PUCC 2027, Mr. Habibania.
One, two.
We kindly invite the Vice Chairperson of PSD and the Vice President of PSD.
Okay. One. Okay. One, two.
PUCC
circuit breaker and Bunsen box.
As we come to the end of this public debate, let us go for the final vote according to our resolution and prayer.
We have successfully completed the PUSB 2027 public debate PUCC 2027. We hope this provide clarity for your votes in the upcoming election period. Please give a round of applause for all of us.
As we come to the end of this event, we would like to express our profound gratitude to the respectable chairperson and vice chairperson of PUSC 2026, Ms. Bilkis Aisha and Mr. Muhammad Fikri.
The respectable presidents and vice presidents of PUSB 2026, Ms. Fatih Fajrin, Ms. Ida Ayudiva, and Mr. Norisi Cardoso.
The respectable project manager and vice project manager of PUCC 2027, Ms. Epifania Benedicta and Mr. Raja Muhammad Habibi.
Our highest appreciation as well to the respectable panelists of PUCC 2027, Mr. Satria Hari Pratomo BCom, Ms. Putri Fatima Sunia, and Mr. Rehan Imam Saputra.
And most importantly, our deepest thanks to the respectable candidates, along with all participants of the public debate of PUCC 2027.
Please accept our apologies for any mistakes made during tonight's public debate. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom.
Om Santi Santi Om.
Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan.
And peace be upon us all. Once again, my name is Nara.
And I'm Daniel.
Thank you, and see you on the next sequence of
PUCC
2027.